To get here before we open. Good morning, everybody. I'll call the meeting to order at 10:09. Agenda additions and approval. We have one addition. It's a legal update, which will be included into our in-camera session. It is, what is it under about? 11.4? 11.4, just legal update. We show it as?
Yes, please.
Is there any other additions?
I'd like to bring up 11.5. It's about development.
Yeah, I think it could be the same, Dave, but. Okay, anything else?
I'll give you a motion with those amendments.
Okay, call the question, all in favor, and that would be carried.
I have to, sorry, Mr. Chairman, I have to step up for a call.
We have, I guess what first thing we'll start with is introductions. We have a few extra people in our chambers today, and we'll start with Greg.
Greg Jackson, Director of Operations.
Jill Hoover, Legislative Assistant.
Stettler Ward, good morning. Paul McKay, Denota Red Roll.
Dave Grover, Big Village Councilor.
Larry Clark Reeve.
Justin Stevens, good morning.
Morning, Les Stulberg, Weimar Indian Councilor.
James Hybert, Councilor for Erskine South Ward.
Keith Thorstensen, Director of Communications.
Eric Kushner, Manager of IT.
Christy Billette, Manager of Strategic Initiatives.
Well, if you can start there, Nikki.
Aaron Larson, Tax and Assessment.
At Hamilton, County Resident.
Terry Bauer, County Resident.
Joanne Shearsmith, County Resident.
Oh, did you? Oh, you got to. Yeah.
Justin Cowler, Manager of Engineering.
If we give the vet a few minutes, maybe we could do 6.1 and
That's where I was gonna head to. We have no
when the vet gets back,
delegation, we have no council request for information under new business. We do have 6.1, and we have Sharon and Greg are both in here, so request for decision, water hookup request, page 3 of the package.
We've had a request for,
One more time.
we have received a request for a water hookup, and the location is in northwest of 164020, west of the 4th. The connection is to provide both water for residents and livestock. And the ratepayers is presently using source of water as a well. And to connect from our previous, where we have our line now, it would be approximately 862 meters of new line to supply the connection. We got a preliminary quote, and to hook in, they would have to replace the flushing hydrant. They'd have to supply a new meter vault, and it's approximately 862 meters of a 3-inch DR11 HDPE pipe. The quote includes labor, excavation, and drilling, and the quote comes in at $56,500 plus GST. With our connection fees that we have in our bylaws, it's $20,000 for the 20,000 fee for a hookup. So that would come from revenues, and the other portion of the amount would come from reserves. So in regards to this, usually we get 3 quotes from different businesses for values of cost of putting it in. I don't know if you'll have to actually have a tender in regards to it, depending on what the quotes come in as. So our options for recommendations are that the council authorize administration to tender the construction of a water service connection to the edge of the northwest 164020 west of 4th to be funded by a ratepayers connection fee of $20,000 from revenue, and with the remaining $36,500 approximately to come from reserves. Or council could delegate for the area councilor to collect more information for interested parties to go along with the proposed route. Or council can direct administration to defer the consideration of the connection for future planning. Once we receive a decision, we will communicate to the ratepayer of council's decision pertaining to this connection.
Mr. Nyberg.
Mr. Chair, I just have a quick question. I thought, was it a couple of council meetings ago, we were approving a number of contractors, were we not? That basically we built a list of approved contractors that we could go for. What was the gig with that?
So from operation standpoint, if I may, Mr. Chairman, through to Councillor Nyberg, from operation standpoint, we are working towards an approved contractor list. We will have to put out through APC tenders on that and then go through the process just as we did with our engineering. So it's not something that gets handled immediately.
Okay, so that would solve this though?
If that list of contractors, if we added water line installation into that scope of work that we're looking for, that would be also covered underneath that then at that point in time. If that's something the council would like us to investigate as well, I mean, we can definitely do that.
Kind of quotes out there, and I think guys are getting tired of doing quotes and not going forward.
Counselor Stevens?
This is a bit of a tricky one because we want to treat everyone fairly. So the connection just to the north of this request, we required them to pay for 2 connections to get closer to cost recovery. And to treat the immediate neighbors differently following year is going to raise some eyebrows. So I want to preface that to council. And I'm not certain because they have kind of a riding arena corral system as well as a dwelling further up the property. I'm not certain whether they want 1 or 2 connections. This seems to indicate 1, but at our flow rates, is that going to be sufficient for their use?
You're leaning to 2 is what I'm hearing on this one.
I'm asking the question to make sure that we're getting them what they will cover their demand.
Go ahead, Greg.
Hey, Mr. Reeve, through to Councillor Stevens, a single purchase or a purchase of a single site use does not limit the property owner from installing their own reservoir. I mean, we do encourage that, you know, in times of emergencies, you may need to work off your own reservoir. And so, I mean, if they had any concerns over the flow and the amount that they would need maybe at that point in time, they could be mitigated by their own use of a reservoir on property for backup water supply and to sufficiently supply anything they need for.
Counselor Gender?
Well, that is on property. Is it sufficient in order to provide for the household? Because like I find if it is,
Applied for the water or any, that would be a question that.
It'd be my guess, no. I'm pretty sure nobody wants to go out and spend a bunch of money if you're adequate with what you're dealing with, but that's just my thought.
but whether it's enough in order to provide for the house and plus livestock, I'm not really sure what their real intentions are. But we do have other residents within the county that are within the same amount of distance. They can't drink it, they can't bathe in it, they can't wash their clothes in it. So in this one here, I will have to say that I'm very questionable.
And then go ahead, Counselor Stolberg. Oh, and then we'll go to Sharon after Counselor Stolberg.
Okay, well, I'm just gonna put a motion on the floor so we can have further discussion. I'm gonna put a motion forward for option 2, that the area councillor explain the 2 hookup system would likely expedite the hookup, otherwise it'll likely fall to future planning. So my motion would be number 2 with the 2 hookup scenario.
Just to refer, they only asked for 1 connection in regards to the one that Mr. Stevens is talking about that is north of this property. There is actually 2 separate parcels that the water went to.
Applicant requested a connection for 1 parcel and we told
But they did have to hook in both parcels. So it's 2 separate parcels.
And at that circumstance, that was agreed because there was that separate subdivision. At one point, I just want to bring across on this, when you start reading the scope of the project, it gets us into, we talk transmission, we talk distribution. And in a case like this is still part of our distribution system, but when we're asking somebody to participate in a 3-inch line and to move a flush hydrant and to move all of that, that is actually building the system for other residents down the road versus running a 1-inch or 1.5 inch service line to somebody. So the costs are more expensive than what just to put water to that property too. So that's something else that needs to be looked at. Councilor Lambert.
Right, and would we give them the option that and there was some discussion about this in the past too, would we give them the option to flip the whole bill, pay the whole shot, if they only want to go with one connection. So, and then if we tied in somebody further on down the line, they would get money back. I know Mr. Brishik's on holidays, but he's kind of the expert on this one of how we were going to deal with that. I don't know if we've come to a conclusion on that yet either. Because there was that option, right, where
It was it was discussed as an option.
yeah, I'm with you, Mr. Clark, on this one. If this guy, let's say he pays the $56,000 on this, and then just south of him, another person comes on, he's paid for a lot of that transmission line, in my opinion. So we should be cognizant of that. So.
We have to get a true plan in place on this because we can't, we're piecemealing it.
Would it be an option if they wanted to pay the $56,000?
Through Mr. Chairman, through to Councillor Nyberg and Council, I think what we need to look through here is that we don't have anything specific in place in order for a payback program on that service. But I would like us to take a look at this and the fact that, as the Reeve mentioned, it is an opportunity for Council to expand our system as it sits in place right now for a relatively efficient amount, and having a partner in doing so, expanding the line and our usage that's off of that line as well. So it is a way for Council to move our services down the road. If it's one at a time and it's cost effective, we still achieve the same goal, and we get more ratepayers onto the water system.
And again, Mr. Clerk, and on your theme, I'm kind of down with the fact that this may be a little bit of a transmission line. So is there opportunity for us to
That's conversations that's ongoing right now.
little grant money in for this one? I don't know. I mean, if it is, this becomes that.
What we talked about, what's brought up but not officially in letter, was the fact that, anything above a 3-inch and above, if we could deem that as transmission, because effectively that's what it is to rural residents. And we got to get over this whole fact that the government looks as this as urban and rural. And if it was running to 3 places and it was deemed as urban, it could be granted at Water for Life funding. And with it running to 3 rural residents, it's got to be funded 100% by the municipality and the residents. So
it is a 3-inch line.
that's a different fight on a different day, and that's a fight that's going forward. But Councillor Stevens.
I would disagree that it would be unfair to ask this resident to pick up 100% of the cost.
Say that again, you had 2 double negatives.
I disagree with you. It is not fair to ask the resident to pick up 100% of the costs. Just thumbnail, probably 20% of this cost goes away if they only ran a 2-inch line, didn't move the flush hydrant, et cetera, or just their service. So asking them to pick up the entire 56 when they don't benefit from that additional may be a bridge too far.
And to clarify that, Mr. Reeve, I'm not suggesting that. I do suggest that there is a cost involved in this for the fact of us having, there's benefit for other people down the line, and I 100% agree with you. The only gist that I was getting at is if we say no, he's SOL, or they are SOL, right? I shouldn't say they are SOL, because at the end of the day, maybe, we don't know anybody's situation. Maybe they'd be going, yeah, I can't, for love nor money, I'm not going to be able to drill a well. I want to pay the money. And so often we do that at this table. We say no, and it never goes forward, where you might have enough people stand up and say, yeah, I'll pay it. I mean, right? When Mr. Clark talks about having water at his house, there's a huge, there was very much a huge motivating factor in the young lady that he deals with on a regular basis.
I'm definitely against us picking up the 36,000. Family members drilled a well, it cost around that 20 grand. If they'd have got a duster, it would have been out 20 grand. So are we gonna start paying for water wells too? If they're no good or they're dusters? No, I don't think so. I think that we stick with the 20 grand, and if they want to put up the 36,000, and that's what they do. That's my opinion, and I'll be voting for, not for number 2, I'll be voting for number 3.
We have a motion for number 2 on the table. There, so. Sharon?
Just as a reminder, also, there is still a grant available, as far as I know, that they can apply for water that is off a multi type of services, what we provide. And they can apply to that. I'm not sure, it depends how much, when the funds run out there, but as far as I know, it's still available for them to apply to regarding the 20,000.
Doesn't just end that system in their yard. They have more money for tie-ins and digging up their yard and everything. It's the same as tying in a well. So the 20, you can, if you want to look at it as drilling a well, you basically have a water source at that point that you have to put into your yard. But we do have a motion of number 2 on the table. I do think we need further discussion, so that could be included with that, I would think. So.
I think it's imperative that we have the communication with ratepayer to find out more about this. Yep.
And on that point, I'll call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Councilor Grover's opposed. That is still not back, so. Which 6.2 or 6.3 do you think is going to be the?
I can go, Mr. Chairman, with 6.3. It will be rather quick. There has been some.
6.3, request for decision, repurchase of motor grader, page 8 of the.
That's what he thinks. Famous last words.
Actually, there has been a Paul truck. Hey, Mr. Chairman, I can start this off and we can roll through this rather quickly. Initially, I had submitted a request for decision in regards to purchasing a used motor grader from Cat Finning Used Certified Equipment. After use of this grader, we did have an issue, and Cat immediately sent out Jim, our technician that comes from Cat. They were working on it, and he did find some wiring issues and things like that that were throwing some faults through. So at this point in time, Cat has advised us that they don't want to put a price on it because they aren't sure exactly of what the cost to get it to where it needs to be before they would be they'd be comfortable selling the unit to us. So at this point in time, I would recommend option number 2, that we defer the consideration to future planning. But it does give us the opportunity to have the discussion right now, if council wishes, in regards to how purchasing a used piece of equipment could facilitate in our system and accentuate our fleet. So.
I'll make the motion for option 2.
Motor grader completely rebuilt, or was it sent back to a municipality and utilized for a while, and then they're finding that there's issues?
This was a motor grader that was a municipally owned grader in Saskatchewan, and was traded back in to Finning, Cat Finning, that they use in their certified used program. So it's one of their graders. It was brought back into their used program for them. They were going to market and sell it as we can with any of our graders. We can work it into the system. To work with Finning on they buy it and then they sell it, or they consign it and they sell it, that type of a program. So it is a municipally owned grader from New, and it was through their Finning program.
After they had rebuilt it then?
No, it is not a rebuild grader. It's just a grader with 5,900 hours on it that they were looking to sell through their certified used program. So just as any of our graders that we have in our fleet, you can carry on and use them and they work great. And one day you blink and you can have an issue. Electronics seem to be the number one, other than emissions control, to what gives you headaches now with equipment. So, and that's what came up with this operation, this unit. It had an electronic problem. And so at that point in time, Finning's, both the salesman and their service department, both said, we aren't comfortable with this sale going through as it sits right at this point in time, because they need to make sure that they're comfortable with the piece of equipment that we're going to bring to you for purchase. So that's why we're recommending to defer this to future considerations. Not saying that there won't be other opportunities to purchase a used piece of equipment. It's just Finney wants to make sure that the one that we are looking at, that they are happy that they are going to give us the piece of equipment that we're looking for.
Greg, is that piece of equipment still gonna be within our fleet and they're gonna fix it there, or is it going back to Red Deer?
It's at our shop. Jim's working on it this morning and going through it. It'll be here at that point in time. When it's done, we can have that conversation with Finning. At the same time, they are looking in through their other sources, Edmonton, throughout Western Canada, at a grader that's matching or somewhat matching to that, because we did have specific uses that we had for that grader and reasoning for it. So, I mean, they are working with us to see if there's other opportunities and would like us to, continue to work with them, and they'll work with us to see if there is an opportunity to work a used grader into our fleet.
With it having that capital attachment, or the hookup for the capital attachment, did it have the extra cooling and everything for hydraulics?
Set up at this point in time their hydraulic system. Saskatchewan, it's called the Saskatchewan package. So their packages are basically put together for capital I, so to support capital I. So with a minor adjustment and change, basically you set all that equipment in place and you're ready to roll with capital I equipment on it.
Mr. Gender?
The last grader that we had told you to build, what was the final cost on it?
14M that we did our rebuild on last year. I'd have to get those numbers specifically. We came in about 10,000 under budget on it, so I believe it was 570 or 530. Maybe that's what it was. It was going to be 570, and it came in for an M rebuild. Correct. This was a 140. So right now, current pricing on a 140 is $625,000 to bring them in outfitted the way we've done our packages before. So it's about $625,000, and then warranty included or added on top of that. So roughly another $60,000 worth of warranty on top of that. And that's the 140s. So right now, Finning has a single 140 new available. Otherwise, it's a 6-month waiting list on 140s right now.
And with our grader fleet, we've put in over the last year and a half or 2 years, we've changed out how many?
So council directed operations to purchase, it was 5 graders, so 2 140s, 2 160s, and a 14. And that was starting in 2022 and was to, the final grader, the 14M, was to be delivered in 2025. Finning actually delivered all the graders between 2023 and 2024. So we had those 5 graders added to our fleet. Have those currently along with our other graders that we have.
An additional one like this, if it was in very good running order, would just kind of complement that till we could do our other replacements.
Basically, operations was approaching this in the fact that we have some very new graders, and the fact that we've got the 5 graders plus 2 others. The 5 are all under 4,000 hours and 2 more that are under 6. So we've got relatively half of our fleet in its first half-life, and we've got the other half of our fleet in its, basically it's at its full life. So at roughly 12 to 13,000 hours or more is the other half of our fleet at this point in time. So operations, we were approaching this in the fact that it would give us a nice midlife grader, and as long as the value is there. So as long as we're looking at a brand new grader is sitting at that 675 range, if we're pulling in a grader that's sitting somewhat light of its half-life and we can get it in that 280 range, to 300, we're seeing value in it then, and the ability then to be able to set another grader in that position so that when we do roll our graders and we're trying to bring in new and send out old, it does give us a bit of a spread on that and releases the pressure on that.
Was the intent to add a new grader to the fleet or to replace? Meaning,
This grader, as we were looking at it, had multi-use in the fact that we could use it for the capital I equipment in the summertime, as well as it would have been a great grader to put into the fleet that would replace our 82. 82 is the old Antler hydraulics grader that we have limited, let's say, grader technologists that are quite familiar and quite comfortable in operating it. It's the old style, so it is one that would be able to replace that grader and then allow for all operators to be comfortable in operating it. So it would work well in our gravel spread program, et cetera, stuff like that.
is to use this as a stopgap to bring up our fleet. I mean, on the surface, and you're rolling the dice with used anytime you go that route, but a new with extended warranty, 140, you're right around $7,000. This one with the capital I attachments, you're 281, so you're 40% of the new cost. We try and rotate them at that 12,000, so call this half-life on the nose, if you will. So you're paying 40% for 50% of the life. The maths, provided that you don't have substantial issues with this, but it does come with a 3-year warranty. So it does make a lot of logical sense. If we're getting rid of a end of life machine, especially when we can get some value for selling that machine.
A side note, if I may, Mr. Reeve, currently at this very moment, every grader is on the road. And if we have one breakdown, we are reduced service for what we're trying to achieve today in our operation schedule. So adding another grader to our service at this point does give us a bit of breathing room, as, I mean, we had a hose blow on a grader the other day and that took it out of service for 3 days. So it, as like Councillor Stevens said, if we are looking to replace, absolutely, it's definitely a great starting point for a replacement grader. However, we are sitting at that point where we are working every single grader, including the old 82 is out today spreading gravel and whatnot. So we are at that point where, knock on wood, everything keeps moving. We cover all the bases today. So if I may, Mr. Reeve, I would just like to add to that with the motion, operations will be bringing back to council other opportunities in the future with possible graders that we may be able to add to the service. We'll continue to look and do some background and see what we can bring to the table for council's review.
Motion on the table for number 2. Any other questions? If not, I'll call the question. All in favor? That would be carried. And with CAO Costi back in the room, if I could.
Motion to go into camera, Mr. Chair.
Okay, I will call the motion. All in favor? And that would be carried.
Anybody you don't want in the room?
Request for decision, approval for Gadsby Drainage Project.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Greg, did you want to speak to this? You want me to go and then you pop in? Justin?
Justin, RB, yeah.
Okay, so Justin, do you want to start?
Sure.
We're gonna have to, we'll just call you mayor, okay? How's that?
I can start. Thanks, Yvette. So yeah, engineering's seeking council approval today for option number 1 to award the contract for the Gadsby Stormwater Project. So in front of you have some information about the bid process. The county received 3 bid submissions. We worked closely with MPE. We reviewed the bids very closely. Administration is well aware of the pricing discrepancy in front of you. So after this meeting, if it is awarded to Action Plumbing, it is planned that administration will be meeting with Action prior to construction to have very close discussions about the project expectations and deliverables. So if there's any questions, I can take those, but yeah, we're recommending option number 1.
I do have a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Does this fall back, you weren't here when we had all the town halls and everything, but this does fall back to the original meeting that was discussed with all the residents as far as, or the original 5 or 6 meetings that the residents were involved in for how the drainage would work?
Yes, from what I understand, that master drainage plan that was put in place, I believe it is, yeah.
Is, okay.
The construction, yes.
Construction does follow that, because it's been kind of up and down for the past 2 or 3 years.
Yeah.
If I may, Mr. Reeve, I have had conversations with some of the residents in the hamlet of Gadsby.
Yeah.
Asked that very same question in regards to, is the information that they had received before the same information as the way the construction is going to be managed going forward. So I have reviewed those finals with Justin and gotten back to those ratepayers and was able to relay the information that they were concerned about or be able to give them what they needed to understand the project and the scope that it'll be under.
And it does go back to what was presented. Okay, that was just my concern. I didn't want us to start doing things that.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Fire it up. Okay. The other Justin.
When we were performing the tender evaluations, do we feel confident that all the scope was included in these amounts? That's kind of the red flag that goes up when you get this large of a price discrepancy, is if a contractor missed something. And I would hate to see us award to the cheapest, only to find out that it's going to be close to the same price with change orders after the fact. So.
Yeah, definitely.
Well, you were out, unfortunately. They did say that they were going to have a very strong talk with them if we approve it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can let it go. Yeah.
So one of the things that MP did, because they don't have the local knowledge that we do, is that they looked at, previous work that they did for us or Shirley McCollum, and MP wouldn't be aware of that. So I don't think that Action Plumbing elaborated on that well, because they have done, numerous jobs for us, both for the county of Stettler and Shirley McCollum, and we feel very confident based on the quality that we receive from those jobs that they'll do an excellent job for us in Gadsby.
Also, Action Plumbing does have a familiarity with the hamlet that does support their ability to be able to be efficient while working through the hamlet. Some of our other contractors, may not have that, but that is a big factor in some of the old hamlets that we have now, where the utilities maybe while they were a village didn't necessarily follow particular routes or guidelines or things like that. Every bit of knowledge that a contractor has in this area is definitely well worth it. The fact that it will help us be efficient and maintain the project on time.
Also, if you referred, I just did a bit of a quick overrun of where we're at with the grant funding. And this gives us a little bit of leeway, especially because you never know what you're going to hit in the ground when you hit it. So if we do have some change orders, we can absorb them. And then maybe we have some money left over that we can pave the one street that we're hoping to get done, or anything else that might pop up. So.
Andrew?
A couple of years ago, they had done the drainage in Botha, and it ended up actually being very favorable on our behalf.
Mr. Grover?
Timeline to be done?
It's fall.
Has to be done. That's why my question is it going to be done before the frost is in the ground? Yes.
That's our goal, Dave. I don't give guarantees on construction projects 100% anymore, but I'm hoping if council awards the contract today, that we can get moving, and we're starting immediately.
Okay. Any other? Councillor Nyberg?
I'll make the motion that we go ahead with the recommendation number 1, award it to Action Plumbing.
Any other questions? Call the question, all in favor? And that would be carried. Okay, agenda items. Position recruitment update. Did I ask for this to be on there?
Yes, you did. I'll turn it back to you, Mr. Reed.
I'm having a bit of a lapse here on why I asked, but after yesterday, there's enough to talk about. We are doing quite well when it comes to position recruitment. Councillor Stevens' report from last meeting did indicate how we had doctors bringing doctors basically into our community. So that part looks good. We've got an anesthesiologist that will be coming and another anesthesiologist that could be going through all his training in Canada that is interested in Stettler. So that timing on that is all relevant to when tests are passed, when their assessments are done, and when they get there. After yesterday, it is called the, just bear with me a second, I got something. After yesterday, it was called, I had a note from Councillor Nyberg. What was it called? Practitioner ID? Yeah. Practitioner ID, which is through AMA. And it was another holdup we're getting. We got doctors that are on the ground that should be able to be taking patients, and they do not have this, so they cannot order anything. So when it comes to that, there was many conversations yesterday. We had an emergency ministerial order go in, and miraculously, within an hour, we had something that was approved that should have taken, according to AMA, another 2 to 3 weeks, a couple weeks. So we're going to try and shorten that loop. I did talk to other people off doctor recruitment last night, and we are going to see that if we can get into the contact of that and make sure those numbers are in place prior to doctors basically hitting the ground here.
Just to that end, this was 100% just a paperwork shuffle. No. And it wasn't like there was any approval to be done. It just somebody needed to go onto a computer and boxes and make this happen.
Then put off, when it was checked into, it was put off for another week to 2 weeks. So it could be a possibility of 3 weeks where we have boots on the ground and people not being able to do anything in that role. And that if there's levels of red tape, I see that as possibly one of them that should be fixed, if not eliminated. So, do you have anything else on physician recruitment?
We do have more in the queue. Some that will be arriving in the next quarter. We are on track to have both of our clinics at capacity. There was actually some healthy conversation about optimizing clinic space due to more doctors than what there is rooms. So that was very promising. And I would just like to thank the existing doctors. I agree the incentive helped. I believe that the tours are helping. I believe that the assistance the community is providing as support to the doctors as well as their families are helping. But none of these steps actually occur unless the doctors are recruiting their colleagues to get them at the table. So everything we have is somewhat of a sales pitch or a financial incentive. But without these doctors recruiting for us, we don't even have them at the table to give a sales pitch to. So that has been a huge help to our group.
Any questions on that?
So, Mr. Chair, and I just a note, I think that we need to be cognizant of, I don't think this is, I think where and I will a little bit take responsibility of that as we as two organizations, both the town and the county, recruitment has to be an ongoing situation. We kind of got our set back on our laurels a little bit because we had full doctor capacity, and so what we did was we went, oh, okay, we don't need to be pushing this point. Maybe we don't push as strong, but I think going forward, the lessons that I think I have learned is that we need to continue, that this isn't just a one and done. We've got some success here, absolutely. I think it shows to the Stettler community how great the community is. So at the end of the day, when we ask to get something done, it gets done. That all being said, this isn't a finite deal. We need to continue. So if anybody says, "Oh, we've succeeded and we're done," we're not. We're going to have to continue, go forward. So.
One of our new recruits, the GPA that is coming to our community, has brought friends or colleagues with him that have not passed their Canadian equivalency yet. But one is in our community and another one is moving shortly and is taking a job locally while they take their Canadian equivalency. So they're won't be ready to practice in the next year, but as a bit of a medium term, there is more that are already putting down roots in our community that could potentially be practicing in that year to two range. And I think that speaks to your point where this isn't, it's a little bit longer term planning that we now have the comfort to get into, since the immediacy is gone. The ER closures are gone, and a lot of there's some breathing room for our existing doctors where now we can look at longer term options or bursaries or grants that would help, but not in the immediate future. So some of that transition is currently happening.
And just with that, we are aware of some students out of our area that are taking medical training and in doctoring, and so that does open up for more of that long-term planning if we can do some bursaries and bring them home. That helps us as a community too. So no, I think the tension's on it, but we can't, I agree with Councilor Nyberg, we cannot let that vision go, or we could be back to that same point where you're digging yourself out of a hole.
Mr. Chair, I'll give you, with that said, I'll give you a motion to receive for information. Thanks for the update, and thanks for doing that, you two. That's been a great challenge, and you were both up to the challenge, so thank you for that.
Okay, all in favor? Road tour recap.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we thought that council might want to discuss the road tour last Friday, so I'm not sure, do you want Greg? Do you want to open it up and then council can?
Road tour?
Yeah. Can I start?
You can.
So the timing was actually phenomenal because the area that we toured and witnessed the operator using his training in practice, we got rain immediately after that night, about an inch, and I drove it after the rain. And the differences from the intersection he started, heading west, you could barely tell that it had rained on that road. Everything was draining phenomenal. East of that intersection, it was stark. It was like a light switch, which tells me that when this is put into practice, it is working and it can be effective. So the timing showed results immediately after.
May, Mr. Reeve, just to tag to Councillor Stevens' comments there, the road location that he speaks of going east from that intersection that we were on, that also shows the difference between timing, as he said. And if we can get around the beats more often and get that repetition and maintenance, then it allows for those roads to hold up and set in place and drain, just as Councillor Stevens was mentioning. That location going east there was at the last of basically the grade locations and that. So, I mean, that's the difference between 1 day difference between having the road drain perfectly and having maybe a ratepayer concern the next day when, you know, we're just getting close to being back to that point to grade again. So, absolutely.
Just to Councillor Stevens, did they have any comment on the equipment and the size and et cetera of what we're using? Do we? This guy seems to know what he's doing, so.
Was suggesting that, and we looked at it at a previous meeting, that disc style attachment. He does seem to think that as far as the lips, that would be a great tool in the toolbox to use for working the lips on the road to get that last portion to drain into the ditch. For size of equipment, he strongly suggests a 16-foot flowboard just to eliminate additional passes, just to get a little more efficiency out of our equipment. His size of grader, we never really got into that conversation. Wasn't in our favor.
Is Willow a 140 or a 160?
That is a 160 grader.
Because we never did get into that conversation, but it wasn't the 14. Councillor Stiller?
No, I thought it was an excellent tour because you could see firsthand what he was trying to tell us here. You could see how you don't cut the crown, you stay on your road, you don't widen it with your blade to bring in all that dirt and grass and stuff, because the organics and the dirt mixed into your gravel, it destroys the value of the gravel. And the carbide blades are key because you don't get that uneven wear, so you're grading where you should be grading. And it was really cool when they stopped Will. His blade was set exactly the way Don wanted it to, and when he dug away the gravel, he was not cutting the crown off, and he had the exact width that he was supposed to have, and the road was hard, you know, and I can see now when it rained that it would shed properly because the crown was.
It did have lips along pieces of it too, so that's the interesting part. It would be just that much better, I think, if we could eliminate those lips. The one thing on that piece of equipment, though, that he did keep going back to was the fact that years ago you were trained when you graded and cut to have your moldboard tip forward, and you almost have that straight curve on it, eh? Now it's have it tipped right back. And we examined how the carbide blades were wearing at that point and really how much of them were contacting the road, how they were pushing the gravel in. And as Les said, how it affected what you're doing to your crown.
That's what makes the road hard, is that difference in the way the blades are tipped, and that's what you need. You need a hard surface on your road, and you can build it. Every time you grade it, you can pack that gravel more and more and build it even to the edge more to raise that road so it's as high as the lip. So, and then he also said, I mean, if you've got a problem area where there's a huge lip, there's nothing stopping the grader from just cutting that, you know.
Shaving it, that's what he said.
A groove or a drainage piece right there, if there's places where water is pooling, until you can get around, you know, to the whole thing.
I mean, Mr. Reeve, I'd like to add, with the equipment that he was mentioning and that we've seen, operations, we have, had discussions with the supplier of that equipment. They forwarded us, some quotes. What we have done as well is we found through Dawn Municipality in Alberta here that we can borrow one of the units off when they're done using it. They have 5 that they utilize. And then, there's a few counties that are also looking at this. Wetaskiwin County as well is looking at borrowing one of these units and just testing it out. My thoughts is that we would have another day in August after we get one of these units, and we get to use some of them and be able to show council just exactly what our intention is. We'll have Dawn back out again and show council what our intention is and how we wish to utilize that equipment to add to our maintenance program we're working towards with our roads and ensuring that we're building, not tearing things away. So
I do see one of the huge benefits to this training program that we've been undertaking for the last couple of years is the consistency between operators. There's breakdowns, there's holidays, there's vacation, everything else, but to have everyone using the same system, you can interchange or you can help out your colleagues without causing damage to the road. And that consistency will pay dividends. And when it comes to civil work, if to fix a mistake takes way longer than to prevent it. If you have compacted gravel or road or subgrade, if you cut too much or gouge too much out to get it, the amount of time it takes to get it compacted and graded the way it should be is 3 to 4 times longer than making that grading pass. So preventing any of those mishaps and having that consistency between the operators will pay dividends.
just a comment in regards to the training as well. This year, with the funds council budgeted towards the grader training, we had 3 brand new green operators, all with experience in operating the graders, all very competent in the operation of the graders, very limited road experience. The feedback we've got, we're just wrapping our 3rd operator up this week. The feedback we're getting from the instructors is all 3 operators are doing amazing. They all took to the system and the training very well. And what we're getting back from those 3 operators are comments like, I've never had anyone invest this much time and effort into showing me what needs to be done on how to operate and utilize a piece of equipment like the grader. Like we've got, operators there that are not green to the equipment, but green to the world of grading, and really, really want to express their gratitude for the opportunity to be able to have the ability to learn how to use that piece of equipment and use it right, so that we're doing better and not damage. So.
You magically fixed 12 miles of mine, Greg. Thank you.
I don't think we magically fixed it.
On the tour either, were you, Councilor Grover? Did you see?
Have to. He did a good job on them. He finally put gravel on them and they fixed it.
Just wondering, did he have any way of, say, like when the road is too wide, on how to trim the road up? Like there was a comment saying, okay, in the low part, to cut kind of a trough and let the water off. But like what I have seen is, say, like when you have these roads that are going to be, say, like any wider than what it is, you're going to have constantly a little groove along the side, and instead of the water just taken off on many multiple spots, so like right from the low highs to the low, the water will run down the road and only be able to escape from at the bottom. So I'm just kind of wondering, what answers does he have, say, like for narrowing up the roads?
Well, like he did show us that you can build by packing. You can build your gravel up on the edges too, so that it is as high as the lips. And also then with where that's impossible, where the lip is too extreme, the disc part, you disc it down and and then you feather it onto the slope into the ditch so that that you can get rid of the lips that way too. And
Mr. Stevenson, I got something.
yeah,
So his advice was two parts on that. So in those areas where we're getting into, I mean, for the most part, we focused on day-to-day maintenance and not the rejuves, if you will. His advice was kind of two parts. When you need to narrow a road is to use this disc style or a similar implement to break up that top layer and to get anything with topsoil, vegetation, etc., put back into the ditch and separated from the road. And then you can work with the clay that's remaining with one caveat. And that is, depending on the road makeup, you need to be very careful what you're pulling back up when you're dealing with a substantial rejuve. Because if you go too deep and it's the old elevator style road, then you are pulling back up onto that road material that you do not want. And it's just the nature of how they built roads 50, 60 years ago. Because if we get down to that, you don't want it anywhere in our road. So his advice was narrow them up as you need, but you're far safer to build up than go down into the road.
The other thing that was brought up to Don, and he certainly didn't argue at all on it, was the fact that there could be certain roads, Councillor Gender, that need to have more work put into them to really narrow them up. And it could be tapering into ditches. There's spots where we have troubles with ditches. And how do you what do you do in those areas? But that has to be part of our road philosophy. But I think from a strategic plan point of view, from this council, like we're coming into the end of an election year, but as we go forward, I think we need to bring forward so that the next council realizes the importance of keeping up with the roads, the importance of what learnings we had by reducing grader beats, by how grader operators were grading the use of blades, et cetera, and type of gravel. So we need to, I think, to go forward, though, part of our strat plan has to be what we do with our roads, and part of it will be that there's got to be some major work done to some of them to narrow them up to a point where you are in a maintenance mode after they're done, and you're not just trying, like the old saying, making a silk purse out of a sow's ear. So, it's impossible. You can clean it up, but I mean, it's still, that's what they're fighting with. So I thought all in all, it was a good tour. I'm glad to hear they're coming back. Greg did show us the one set of drawings we saw with that disc affair. It was a wing mounted disc. And what he's talking about now is a front mounted disc. And he said you can have a lot better control on it, et cetera. And I've got questions for Don since over the weekend. Like, we've got the capital with our mulchers, or whatever they would be called. And, thinking about what he talked about and thinking about what other councils did with timing in year, et cetera, there may have been a very valid reason they were doing that. And maybe that's an opportunity for us too. So it's just it's things to continue to play with. But, roads have been around the county longer than the county. And I guess just to prove that you can teach old dogs new tricks, we're all being taught right now. Councilor Stubble?
A couple of things. I can definitely see the improvement in my area. In a period of 8 days, we had just under 4 inches of rain. And some years back, if that would have happened, you'd been driving around pools in the road all over the place. But now there's enough crown, there was no water pooling anywhere. So they're definitely making good progress. And I think the thing is, I think we need to leave this up to the experts. As councillors, we all have our own ideas. And one time we told them to bring all that stuff on the sides and mix it into the road. And Don said that's not such a good idea. So I think we need to leave it to this expert training, get consistent training throughout the county. So all the guys and gals are doing the same thing. And I think we'll see marked improvement in the roads. And
Mr. Jen?
Other discussion, I was going to move to receive this for information.
Okay, I'll take your motion, but Councillor Gender still had his.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'll let him.
Yeah.
biggest thing that I find that is coming out of this, there's at least recognition between council and public works that our roads are definitely in need of repairing to bring up the upkeep. When you mention that, okay, to bring it over, bring the ground, the fill in to fill up, say like next to the edge of the road. I've shot some of the roads and I always purposely look for the low spots because those are going to be the problem ones. The rounded off in the hills are no problem at all. There was some section of the road that were flat. Others maybe had 2, but the majority of it had 4 cents out of 15. So if you're already low on the outside that's collecting water, where do you find the material from?
That could be introduced material, but like that would have been the next time I know you couldn't make that tour. But that's good questions to talk to the person there because we did talk about the flat roads and we talked about what steps had to be made to bring the crown in on them. So it wasn't, by all means, that wasn't ignored. That was a piece of the road we looked at, was the subject road that you're talking about in your area. So when Dawn comes back out, I think everybody has to try, if we can get enough notice, let's make sure that everybody, if we can have it in the calendar, that we all can see, because he was willing to listen, and it wasn't just a tell, it was a real good discussion where not every, I don't know if every answer he gave was the answer he was going to have before, by the time we got done talking about it, because we did kick a lot of gravel on roads that day.
And maybe Mr. Reeve as well, we are quite fortunate that Don is very familiar with our roads in this area in a lot of ways. And so we do get a bit of an advantage in that fact, in that we have the knowledge, the training, and then he's got familiarity with our area and what we're dealing with on our road construction and our materials that are building up our roads. So those questions like that, Councilor Gender, are perfect because that's the fact that he can answer it to the fact that what you're going to do in Erskine area is far different going to be than what you would do in the Bymore Indiang area when you're going to try to achieve that same goal of taking a flat road and building that crown into it. So I think we're lucky that way. And when we get them back, yeah, absolutely. That's a good question to ask.
Okay. So we do have a motion on the table to accept for information. If I can call that question, all in favor? And that's carried.
Motion to recess, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Yeah, we've got people coming in at noon. Okay, we have a motion to recess. Okay. Okay, and I'll call the question. All in favor? And that would be carried. Okay.
Meeting to order.
Oh, well, no, we're talking.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I'll give you a motion to go back into camera.
Call the question, all in favor? Carried.
Counselor Arson. Thank you.
Okay. Camera. Stevens? We'll make a motion to direct administration to enter into a 2-year lease agreement with 2418243 Alberta Limited as presented for the purpose of a County of Stettler Regional Fire Hall.
All question, all in favor? We have what, any time, like 2 days down the road here, or a week, or whatever, we give them 6 months and we're out?
There is that clause.
I wrote in an agreement.
That is in the agreement.
This agreement's been passed all through legal, so we're good. We're covered.
Okay, call question, all in favor? Gary?
I'll make the motion that council directs administration to enter into a 1-year agreement with the town of Stettler regarding the road maintenance of Township Road, or Town Road, 38th Avenue from 44th Street to 50th Street on Range Road 19.5.
Okay, call question, all in
Mr.
favor?
Chairman, I'd just like to make a note that this is a town road, 38th Avenue. Just check.
Yes.
You're welcome.
Call question, all in favor? Opposed? Opposed, Grover?
Or Stevens and Mr. Nyberg.
Okay. Next meeting, Wednesday, July 9th, 2025. And number 13, adjournment.